But I just thought you should know because it was funny.
All right, let's get the cactpot solver up. Because, you know, that's what we're here for.
That's what we're here for.
Well, that's a pretty good start. I don't even have to put it in, but I will anyway because you never know. It might be like, actually go for the 9 row. I'm not a mathematician, so like I trust the mathematician. And it never goes. Go see what the last one is. It's always like, actually, the smarter thing to do is to not do that. And I'm like, okay, but I wish it wasn't. Let's get OBS up.
Chris, you missed a wedding.
Yeah. How does that work? Did we even talk about that on the? Yeah, we did. Did we? I don't know. But how's it even work?
You get an invitation, and you show the invitation to an NPC.
Oh, it's an actual like thing they integrated into the game.
Yes, there's a ceremony and everything, and cutscenes.
Wow. Oh yeah, isn't that where you get the dress, and that's like the only way you can get that dress?
I think so. Also, you get a mount for getting married, a 2-seat white chocobo.
Wow.
So if you want to collect all the mounts that you can in the game, you gotta get married.
I feel like people have done that without actually getting married.
No, they would probably just get married, like, yeah.
Like a fake marriage. Well, that's not good. Okay, it's good. I wonder how many of these they're gonna have in Endwalker. Hopefully none, but we know it's not none. I'm not like entirely sure where we left off. Oh yeah, internal monologue, I remember. Yeah, just sit back, relax, do some reading. That's the stream. Well, no, relationships are important. Do you really trust Thancred to talk to her properly? I know what I just said, but you know, if we want this to actually work, but it would be funnier if we if it was like, go get him, Urianger. can't, I can't get over how like we're having this casual conversation, and she just has like this glowing ass RPG dagger right there. Is it gonna? I thought it was gonna give me the sniper mode. I wonder if the sniper mode will return an Endwalker. What if they do the thing where it's like, look in this telescope, and then you look at the moon, and then like a little drop falls down.
Doing squats. That's Majora's Mask.
And maybe Endwalker as well.
That's how you get the lunar tier in Majora's Mask.
Subtle. Come on. The only reason you want to play Final Fantasy 14 is because everyone else is playing Final Fantasy 14. It's supposed to be a casual conversation. Now we're doing this again. Did it just turn tonight in the cutscene, or did that just happen to happen?
It's 6:04 p.m. Eorzea time. Well, technically it's not Eorzea because you're in the first, but that's what the ET is up in the top right. So 6 p.m. is the nighttime.
Not anymore, it's not. More like 3 p.m. It's a daylight saving joke.
I get it.
My favorite part about daylight saving time is how nothing actually changes when you have dogs in the morning. Because the dogs still have to pee after 8 hours. Alright, let's fight Garuda again. Or fire Garuda. Whatever. All right. Look, it's Gavin. He's kicking over a chair. Fuck. Hold on. Might be a raid. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. My durability is noticeably low or something. I was gonna say maybe I can fix that, but I literally can't. Hopefully I'll remember.
You can leave through that little hole back there.
Well, yeah, but then what am I gonna do? Walk all the way to a mender?
Yeah, it's not that long.
Okay. Something to do. Are you sure it's not that long? Oh, what? I couldn't teleport in there?
Nope.
I could have sworn I could have. Now the question is, where's a mender in here? Also, we're down on DPS again? Like, what's that about?
You better hurry up, though. It could happen any second.
Well, that's not a mender.
It's the hammer. That's
no, that's a materia master, Evan. As we
no,
can
a little
see.
further down from that hammer is the other hammer.
Oh, I was doing that as a joke. Apparently, that's not even. That actually isn't the mender. Well, there we go.
There's two types of hammers. One, the big sledgehammer-looking one, and lets you put materia on your gear. The thin-looking hammer is a mender.
Oh my God, 16%. What a ripoff, though. That person's watching a cutscene. What's that about? Maybe is that what that is? Did they change that? I don't remember that being.
They changed what?
Like the cutscene icon.
It's like a little movie.
Like the somewhat red maroon movie icon. The camera.
Wait, was it a camera?
It was like a camera, like when Twitch was starting out in its infancy, and you had the live button, and it was like the box camera.
Okay, the camera means they might have been in group pose or idle camera.
Oh.
The actual cutscene is still a reel of film.
It worked. Both wind and fire have answered the call.
Now the real question is, are her boobs bigger? It looks more revealing. Warrior of Light. Also, Ifrit definitely didn't even look close to that.
This is just a guy who's on fire.
Like, even my memory is better than this. Wow, it's Gavin. Suffer this. Alright, any funny mechanics?
Boatload of them.
What if, like, one of these fights just...
Do not stand on the sides of those. Stand in the center where I am.
Oh, okay.
That. Those things explode in, like, a fan cone pattern.
Like, what if one of the endgame bosses just didn't have any mechanics? Like, the boss just kept hitting the tank and that was it?
This is gonna push you outward.
That was close. What was this?
Someone has to stand in that. Up.
Oh, I did, haha.
No, you had two triangles rotating above your heads, which meant two people had to stand in that, but it was on.
If it's 3, does that mean that 3 people do?
Yes. Okay, move back a bit. No, wait, no. I guess not. Just don't stand in the purple goo. Okay, it's gonna try and pull you in.
Okay. Sheesh. See, because you never know how much damage that shit is actually gonna do.
Ifrit.
What? Oh, yeah, I guess it is Ifrit, isn't it? I didn't even notice. I don't like this Ifrit design. Looks like a little freak. You know, like, you know those kinds of demons that look like this? Like, you know the toilet demon from Persona? Or SMT? Should I get out of this? I feel like I should get out of this. Oh, jeez, I have, like, no MP. Where did it go?
On.
Okay.
Okay. Go over. Wait, I think go over here. Yep. Because all these are surrounding us, but he's gonna kick that one.
What did you just do? I guess I fat-fingered F. This is no time for gays. I mean, I'm just gonna assume that both of their mechanics fit together interestingly.
They do. Stand over here. You're not standing the... Oh, either about to do the blast thing with the little tooth. There you go.
Don't worry, other healer. I'm the DPS warrior here.
Anyway, now they're gonna make a one thing.
Well, hopefully this cutscene takes a while. Like 3 seconds, perhaps?
It just finished. They made Raktapaxka.
That's not a word.
Anyway, it's hot on that floor. Come over to the cold floor.
Well, I'm dead. No, I'm not.
You're not that dead, just a little.
Okay, the other healer actually revived someone. How about that? Well, you know me. I love red and green, so it's a very, you know, appealing thing here. All right. Oh, Jesus, hell. Where am I going?
Oh no! I'm concussed and the main tank died.
Not for long. Ah! With my dying breath, I revived the main tank immediately.
He's making a pie shape.
Okay. Well, if the other healer wants to revive that other person, I can't do that. Actually, I can. You know what? Like, fuck it. Wait.
Yeah, okay, good.
They're so
You're all set.
thin, man.
That's because they're like two-dimensional.
I'm just gonna send it, okay? This is a bad idea because our tank is dying.
Don't worry, I'm healing him a little bit.
Oh! I didn't see the things! I was like, I could dodge these AoEs and I'll be fine. It might be a little tight, but I'll survive. Is that a stack marker, or is that like
It's a tank buster.
Okay.
It would kill you instantly if you stood on it.
Oh, it just looks like a stack marker to me.
It's a red circle.
It looks like a red arrow, which is very much like a yellow
It's a red
orange
circle
arrow.
with an arrow. It's also, it's actually red and black.
So
It's
red.
on this. Get Chris, move.
God, I can't see that move anymore. It just doesn't exist. Can I like not do anything? What was that? This is a bad idea. I don't have the MP for this. Also, I don't have the time.
We got a music piece again.
Wow.
Primal Angel.
That one guy back there was cosplaying as the sexist character from the Plains area.
Who? Also, I've just rolled a 99 on that music, so I've gotten it.
Sure. Don't remember either of you. We're gonna step outside. There's gonna be a fire tornado. Iblis! Wow, it's just like Christmas morning.
It's more like a Jolly Rancher.
I'm just standing out here in the rain. Like, isn't this uncomfortable for you guys? Yeah, she's gonna be like, I hate standing in the rain. My hair's all wet. Sheesh. Eddie. I want to stop eating chickens, Eddie. Great answer. I mean, they seem like pretty straightforward directions, if you ask me. Ain't she from the guy who made the Kingdom Hearts kid that's always smiling and laughing?
Yeah. She's from the guy who made Kingdom Hearts, the whole thing.
Some of these people are still standing here. Wasn't Ice the one character that was like an actual character?
Yeah.
Well, this is gonna be really embarrassing for the Warrior of Light if he fucks this one up. Yeah, wounds usually heal with 2 weeks in steroids.
Chris, how's your health?
It's almost gone. I wonder if I'm gonna have like old person skin on my legs forever or not. But I guess I'll find out when I ask them on Tuesday. Because it looks like old lady skin now. You know, not Odogaron skin, but old lady skin.
Wow.
Yeah, I feel like we should just pollute the world to make more money now and worry about the world that we're not going to see never. Well, Avin. Well, Avin, you should get married
Why?
so that he can have a Final Fantasy 14 wedding.
Who?
Avin.
Avin?
Yeah, Avin.
Who's that?
Yeah, I think we all know a little Avin.
I'm confused. I feel like there's something I missed.
I just mispronounced Gavin's name
Okay.
by forgetting the G somehow. And thank God most depressed people don't actually talk like her. They only think these things. Putting her hand around so it's like an intercom.
That's what you do when you talk on your link. Well, oh, no, she's talking to her brain. But that's what you also do if you have a link shell. Or a link pearl, I mean.
Well, good thing we decided to come outside. They'd be like, would you mind explaining what all of this is? Grr. Well, so much for ice. Just go outside and spam holy a bunch. So you know how I did Paper Mario recently? And I just like talked to every NPC possible?
Yeah.
And could you imagine doing that with this game?
Yeah.
Like, I wonder, there's so many NPCs everywhere. How would you even know? Like, who changed what?
Yeah.
Did you know that Binny is live?
No. Now I do.
But what if there are some changes that happened everywhere? How would we know? I wonder if you can data mine dialogue. You probably can't data mine. Can you data mine this game?
Yes.
Okay. It's probably how people do it.
So many of them. But nothing we can't handle.
Yeah, they're like tiny birds.
Welcome to the boss that's a swarm of birds.
Wow, this is reminding me of Paper Mario and the Origami King. I thought I'm scratching my nose. Is this like a Final Fantasy 8-ism?
I don't know.
This song doesn't sound like it fits in this game. It sounds like it fits in another Final Fantasy.
Oh, this song? Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is a Final Fantasy VIII song. But I haven't played. I thought you meant the boss. Is this a Final Fantasy VIII thing? In which case, I don't believe so. But I haven't played 8.
It looks like it would be an old Final Fantasy thing, considering it's a dark gem.
Anyway, here's the cool mechanic of this boss. That, you saw the order in which those appeared, right?
Yeah.
Those, and then... Yes.
That's not
cool.
a really cool mechanic.
Wait for it. Void gates appear. A red void gate and a blue void gate. Stand over here where it's safe. At the moment,
portal,
at least.
I see.
Up. Okay. They went in the red one first, and then the blue one that went across the arena. The order that they go in those is going to be important.
Oh, son of a
Starting
bitch.
now. Blue red. will be the order. Right, left, blue, red. Right, left, blue, red. That's the cool mechanic.
This is sense.
Here's another mechanic. This is going to teleport you to the end of that line.
Right.
Do not face it off the edge of the arena.
Okay. That's easy enough.
If you aren't being careful, you might.
That one, it gives you a lot of time to
Stack up. Oh wait, this is a split end stack.
Now I can't tell what's a tank boss. Like, my faith has been shaken.
It's really easy, actually, to tell the
I have to, like, second guess myself. What's up with the weird corner shot?
That weird corner shot it just did?
Yeah.
That was aiming at a person, but they moved it over to the corner so it wouldn't hit the rest of us.
It didn't even look like it hit that person.
Some of us are purple, some of us are white.
Yeah.
You can't get hit, but these are going to go off at the same time, but you can't get hit by the color that's not yours. I moved too late though on that one.
Probably don't have to shift A that. But whatever. Alright, hopefully this is a long cutscene.
Birds on the side. They are ads.
I was gonna say, they do be targeting me. Wow, I feel like I'm testing my graphics card or something. Oh, you fuckers. I feel like those should have gone off at the same time. I should have been penalized for only thinking about going off the edge. Anyway, you come back. Oh! Oh wait, Shift R, remember.
Stand behind this person, they're protecting us.
Protect me.
With their blue wings. And back to business as usual.
Jeez, we're only halfway there. I thought we were at like 15%.
Now they're mixing these mechanics, portals and colors.
I hate colors.
I can stand in the white, and the white is going into the blue.
That should be fine.
Oh wait, no, it switched.
I guess it switched. I guess it got all... Why did it switch? It didn't switch at the last minute?
It switched when it went into the portals.
Well, that's stupid. Why?
Our colors changed when we went into the portals.
They got it. Beep. Yep. This one isn't even colors. What the hell?
Nope, it's just portals like before. Portal colors.
Rev, come on, you had it.
This man will die right now. Nope, he's still okay. And he walked off.
Oh, the fight's so long too.
Moving it to the corner over there. Okay, the edges, then the center will pop off.
What is that plus symbol?
That's a symbol. There's a bunch of symbols you can put on players if you have to denote rolls or anything. Someone just put it there for funny. Gonna be left, right, and then red, blue.
Yeah, I guess I'll just run over here.
Left, right. But they leave those portals behind us so you can understand the mechanic before it hits you.
What about that one time where it changed colors?
That was kind of a tricky one. Going to be red first. Move up.
How did that one person not get hit? Did you see that?
They're good.
Cheating?
Beating.
Okay, we're good, I think.
Wasn't good.
Yeah.
Everyone's stacked, that's supposed to be a 4-4 stack instead of a full 8 stack.
So is there a reason for this?
For what?
You guys staying alive?
It feels good.
Like no revive or anything?
No, it's just kind of an ego thing. In fact, let me help him out.
I mean, this fight's pretty long already. You know.
Yeah.
Like the jump.
We give up. It's fun to see how long you can last, though. That's why people do it.
Oh, why'd I do that? That's my bad. Oh well. Yo, again, maybe getting a little impatient. Is that what's controlling it? The main antagonist of Wario World for the Nintendo GameCube? That's not what I wanted. But whatever, I guess I pressed it twice, so that's what we're doing.
Gonna be left, right, red, blue.
I'm so paranoid about it, even though I know I'm gonna be fine.
Okay.
It worked.
We're fine. It worked.
It's like, I don't want to hear anything about me doing the wrong thing there. I followed that guy the moment it appeared on him.
Yep.
Personally, I feel like it should be matching colors, not opposite colors, but that's just me. Where the hell is mine? That'll be good enough, I think. Oh no! Oh, that was our tag! Oh no! Right, I should use 2 more often. That's a good button as well. Whatever. Probably should put it closer, but whatever.
Who is a good button, Chris, but also, unfortunately they're nerfing it in Endwalker.
Well, honestly, that's not that bad for me in the end, huh? What's powerful enough to be nerfed? You should have told me.
It's free. All spells for the next 10 seconds don't cost MP, I believe is what that move is. Hey, they're gonna... Okay, so... Once they hit the portals, they're also going to switch.
So I should be in red? Is that it? That's still stupid. This is still so dumb.
We're alive, though, and that's what counts.
Oh, son of a bitch. So, okay. Where am I? That works for me. I'm not touching shit. Rev, just don't die. Alright, now please die. This fight has gone on for too long. As long as it's not the funny colors again.
Nope, it's just regular portals. Blue-red.
I was like, hey, wait, it looks like someone's dying. Ugh. That didn't hurt as badly as it seemed like it would. I didn't like that one.
But it had portals in it.
Why do they switch? And even if they don't switch, it's so long.
It was a normal fight. Just took two extra attempts.
Like, why would you put the basically instant kill switcheroo move at the end?
Because it's an MM. They do that. Always. That's the point of the game. That's where you play, because you learn about it and you go, I know not to get instant killed switcheroo next time.
No, but nothing. They set a mechanic, opposite colors and portals, and then you go, okay, we're combining them, and then you add a switch on top, even though it never switched before.
Well, it did technically. Okay, so before, when it was first they give portals, and then they do colors, and every time the swarms go off into your color and you dodge that one by going opposite color, you do switch and have to do the other color. They made the switch in between the portal this time, though.
But the portal doesn't really convey that. If they went in like a white and a purple portal, I think that would be fine.
I think that's a good idea.
Oh, and she's gone.
Into the nothing zone.
This is what dying feels like. Can you be quiet? I'm trying to die here. Oh, one of the things we do. I think it would be funny if she came back to life just to snap at Reen to say, like, I never said that, which is what she's doing, I think. Final Fantasy 14 crying. Well, at least she apologizes. And we didn't get to see any of it. Zodiark's fine. Does Zodiark have like an actual in-game model or picture or something?
At the end of A Realm Reborn, we had a weird thought, and we saw a black, purple-looking Hydaelyn, and that like it was a big crystal. So we were like, "That's probably Zodiark."
Because I feel like in the Gacha bot, I saw like Zodiark is in the Gacha bot, and it didn't look like anything that I remembered. I'm like, that's not a cave painting. I'm like, is Zodiark actually in the game?
You were thinking of the cave painting that made them look like purple and white blobs.
Actually, I'm gonna $ I am Zodiark. It's probably FF. It kind of looks like a crystal. It kind of looks like a person too.
I can't see it.
Yeah, I'm too lazy to put it on the stream because OBS sucks. But kind of, it reminds me of like evil Deoncy. Oh, you know what?
Wait.
That says
I know
Final
what it might
Fantasy
be.
14 as the series name, so I don't think it's 12.
There is a Zodiark in 12, but
I mean, I guess I could send it to you in Discord.
no, I was about to send something to you in Discord.
Not if I send it to you first.
Oh no, that's from a fight that you did in A Realm Reborn. That's like a little statue that the
Send it in.
Ascians have in their zone. In their purple dimension, they have a little statue, and that's it.
I mean, unsurprisingly, I don't remember that at all. But Maybe we'll see the real Zodiark one day.
I thought you were referring to this. This is a promotional material we saw at Endwalker.
It's like Angel and then Buff Demon upside down.
Unless you turn it the other way. They made note of that. Unless you turn it the other way, it makes you think.
Yeah, but then why would the title of the game be upside down? Have they considered that?
They showed a picture. They showed the poster without the title, and they talked about it. But then they made it on a box art for the collector's edition or something. I don't know.
I feel like that kind of ruins the point. They should have made it sideways. Nice middle ground. But then everyone would go, they're sideways.
Anyway, they're talking about Chiba and Ysayle, and they're like, "Wow."
And then you go, remember Heaven's Word? That face. Okay. I want to be the Oracle of Ice.
Yeah. Okay. This is the worst plot contrivance in the entire raid. I think this is the dumbest thing. Reen says, "I won't be Chiba," because Shiva was person. And it's like, why do you shouldn't? Because you'll put yourself in danger. She says, "No, I won't be Shiva." And the entire reason they do this is just so you can have a Reen Shiva boss.
Evan,
There's
don't
no
you want it
actual-
to be
there's-
accurate to the actual thing? We can't just have a primal.
They made it like no. You can tell that they're just kind of forcing this as a story beat so you could have it be Reen is Shiva this time. It's like wow, how contrived. But it's fine because the boss fight's pretty good.
It better be.
All these boss fights are pretty good.
The floor isn't going to be blue while the AoEs are also blue, right? Because, like, you know, ever since it happened that one time with that one ice boss, I've been worrying every time ice comes up.
You mean the dragon?
I think it was the dragon.
Yeah, in the dungeon. It was like a level 40 something. The Stone Vigil, I believe. Yep, the Stone Vigil. The Dusk Vigil was the Heavensward dungeon.
Will there be a vigil in Endwalker? Stay tuned.
There wasn't one in Stormblood or Shadowbringers.
But it might come back. You never know.
There were 4 vigils in Final Fantasy XIV 1.0. There was the Dawn Vigil, the Dusk Vigil, the Stone Vigil, and I believe the Steel Vigil. The Steel Vigil's still in the game. It's ruins, though. It's the top of the Kurthus Central Highlands. Yeah. The Kurthus Central Zone.
I say this, but sarcastically. As Crystal? Like, with summoning primals? What a pun. Honestly, crystals in this game tend to be very opaque, actually.
That's how they get color. If they were clear, none of them would have color, I don't think.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes, I think.
They could be clearer, but they'd still be partially opaque.
Now I'm wondering if there's a clear crystal in the game at all.
I'm yawning, I don't know. Reen's gonna become Shiva, and it's gonna be just fine and dandy. She's gonna do it because she felt like it.
Refulgence. Doesn't sound like a real word, but it sounds like it would do a lot of damage in Bookworm Adventures. Whoa, what was that camera? Woo!
I can't stop yawning. I'm dying. Chris.
Are you waking up for this, Evan?
Yes, I don't know why. I got a very great amount of sleep last night. I slept very well. But the sun went down at 5 p.m. today, and I'm dying.
Remember, it's not actually 7:22. It's really 8:22. Which is funny because that's not late at all either, so it doesn't even work. Yeah, I don't know. You think I know? I don't know. Oh, perfect.
I call upon the power of Shiva.
What if because Reen is the vessel, she's just like smaller?
No! She's lost control!
Really?
Have to stop her!
Where it went wrong!
Wow, look at how angry she looked. She's like an angry baby.
Alright, fight the boss time.
Fools. You would stoke the
How'd that person get hit already? What? Oh my god, I'm not even... What is this happening? This might be a boss exclusive. But if I was a girl character, because guy characters can't wear that. Fuck you. I would also. Is she getting naked?
Yeah, but there's
What
light.
the heck?
Such impudence!
And her leg's a sword now.
What is happening? My game is like dropping inputs or something?
Oh no, you were frozen there because you looked at. I think because you looked at her. I don't remember that mechanic.
Grant me strength.
Well, how could I not?
The floor's gonna turn to ice here though, so don't move.
This funny mechanic? The ice mechanic?
The ice mechanic.
Whoa. Is it me or did it slip a little more than it used to?
About the same.
Oh, well, that would explain it. How zoomed out am I? All the way? I refuse to believe it. But how am I supposed to look at the top of her head?
Your blood shall freeze.
Ow. Something like that might be fine. I don't know.
Kinda works.
Is
Not
this
very
the funny
well.
balls? Ah! Stop, dude. Alright. Let's get you back.
I fell off.
Wow,
my
that
ledge.
was close. Did I revive them? Did it happen?
You did.
Okay.
I did die though.
Well, I'm going for it. Yeah, they got themselves back pretty quickly.
Shatter.
Remember, the final boss of each tier is always the hardest.
I'm dead. Okay. Maybe I could have reacted to that. I'm kind of busy right now, though.
The light shall usher in peace.
There was the eye marker, by the way.
It was on top of her
I
head.
only saw it because I was dead. There's no way I would have seen that again. I don't know. I just don't want over half of my screen to be ground. All right, what's this then?
Tranquility must be restored to the land.
Hopefully their revive is still going through. I don't think it was going through. Well,
We might wipe here because 2 people are dead.
what a coincidence. 2 people are dead over here as well.
No, I'm talking about you over there.
Okay.
We're all 4 alive over here.
Yeah, they could have split that a bit better.
If the middle crystal gets too much light, it'll do bad things. And you don't have any way to heal yourselves over there because the one healer is on our side. So it's likely that little bar that says Flood of Light will fill up like it just did.
What? There's no, that's just it? That's pretty anticlimactic.
Restart, go.
Are you sure I can't zoom out more? Is it
Nope.
You
shift?
would stoke the fires of conflict.
Also, a machinist keeps pulling the boss.
Is that a problem?
Yes, because that's why they keep getting hit at the beginning of the fight, and you say,
Oh, that's
why?
a DPS. Okay.
That's a DPS.
I thought gun was a tank.
Gunbreaker is a tank.
Oh, okay, they're different.
Machinist.
They're different things.
Why you look at the red icon and you say that's a tank?
Well, I'm not looking at the icon. I only hear you say the names. I'm looking at HP bars and
Yeah.
asses, apparently.
Impudence.
And asses.
Resplendent ice, grant me strength.
Oh wait, right. I guess it doesn't matter, but I'm gonna try to stand as close to the middle as possible. And maybe that will help. Dude, that's not right! That's wrong! That is incorrect. Ah! I thought I had 2.
Your blood shall freeze.
Yeah, whatever, lady. That effort was made. Click it. Just okay. I don't know what's happening with that one. I'm just like, well, it's always on me, and I always just take a lot of damage. I just didn't press Shift F
You're talking about the one that's the little arrows that follow your feet?
I'm talking about the one that's like 3 things in a row.
Yeah.
Shatter.
I'm like, I think I remember the arrow thing. Apparently not. And then there are like funny circles, and I'm like, oh, maybe point them away from the thing. And then I just die, and I'm like, okay. Speaking of just dying. I hate video games. I'm going back to
Light
books.
shall usher in peace. Such impudence!
I keep getting the attacks, so I keep getting vulnerability. I'm basically just a sponge.
It's better you than me.
Tranquility must be restored to the land.
Hopefully my MP is still going up. Man, with these guys again.
So you have to destroy all the ads before they touch the little middle crystal.
I'm with the guy that goes, ah! I feel like there's more damage going on here now that I'm alive than when I was dead. Oh, come on, let me press 1. Is there any instant kill thing I should know about though? Because now I'm worried though.
I don't think so.
I'm gonna have to start all this shit over again.
I don't remember.
Darkness, speak on.
Get out
Is
from
this
the
gonna
middle.
knock me though?
Nope.
Was there a reason to go outwards first? Or was that
I
a
think
little
so.
bait?
I think there was a reason.
Yeah!
Light consume you.
Just gonna follow the people.
2 people in each circle.
Alright, works for me. Wait, what about that circle over there?
They're not doing it because they're bad at the mechanics.
Ooh. Fucking double triangle tech again. What am I looking at?
There's those crystally mirror things. Scythe kick, so in the middle.
I will stand on the other side now. I feel like I made a mistake. Okay, I just see a bunch of people running over there, and I'm like, well, I'm dead.
Resplendent ice.
You had to get close to the little edge crystals.
Put me in the middle, please.
Shatter.
No. Okay. Oh, jeez. Okay. Whoa. Oh, someone died.
In peace.
Yep. Wow, thank God I was like, hey, why is the ground shining?
Chris, use rescue on me.
What?
Or maybe it doesn't work when someone's stunned. Never mind.
Oh, I tried.
Nah, I still got hit by it before you did it.
.1%.
Such power. I can't.
Is this an action time?
Nope, it's actually a big cutscene.
The light. It's too much for her to bear.
Chris, remember you said you should have a hammer weapon in this game? Only Gaia gets a hammer weapon.
Power of darkness, answer my call.
Maybe what else are you gonna break ice with? According to Game Freak, literally anything, but you know. Wow, this is like theming almost.
Damn this light!
Damn this light.
Damn it all!
Alright. Now what?
No!
Oh, I can target it.
You kill before you get
Not on my future. Our
wiped.
future.
This is an instant kill if you don't kill the boss in time.
Let's do that then.
I want to see what tomorrow will bring.
You did it.
I did it. Did she change her outfit again? Like, damn, she has like 5 outfits. Cast your lot. I can't. Oh my god, a baby Reen?
Yes.
This one I actually care about. Never mind. I'm out of here. Wait. I'm out of here.
It drops the Reen pretty much every time, so you would have to do that one a couple times probably if you want the Reen.
I can't tell if that was a stock sound effect or not. Gaia suddenly cares. I like looking over a chat and still seeing absolute banger for this song. Also, Thancred almost died that one time. I don't feel like this resolution was earned.
It wasn't because Reen did it herself to herself.
I guess Reen was the real cold one after all. But where did the grass come from? Some people can't even get grass to grow in their yards when they try to have it. Ariane, it can't be that bad. Calm down. I just always think it's funny that for like the first, all of A Realm Reborn and then like most of Heavensward, I'm like, who's Thancred?
Thancred.
And it's like, now I know. But like for the longest time, I'm like, this is a character? Like, what?
Thancred wasn't even really in Heavensward. He was in like patch 3.1 when you found him again.
Exactly.
So he was in the Heavensward patches.
Man, just having the vision cone on the map every time, man. Wait, this is even right. There we go. Just remember when Monster Hunter Rise got rid of that for some reason. Yay! Is that it? This isn't anything?
No, there's one more set of 4. And this is where, yeah. Also, this is actually the end cutscene of the 8th fight we just did.
Off I go. Finally, someone gets it. Ariadne, shut up. Extremely boomer take. What is this?
We're leaving.
As you might know from the fact that we aren't even supposed to be here right now.
This was patch 5.2 and the next raid would come out in 5.4, so they would leave in 5.3 in between the raids. They're basically saying we're leaving in between this thing, so goodbye.
This is where we get the Reen angst. Well, you won't have me. I'll be in space, I think.
No, you're coming back one more time to do more raids, and then it ends. There's a 1/3 of this is still remaining. Remember, there's 12 fights, 4 per raid tier.
I'm still not convinced that what we did here is gonna heal the empty. You know, it would be kind of cool if, like, as expansions went by and stuff, you came back to the empty and you could see it actually, like, progressing. Spoil it. She sounds like me. Chat, don't tell me about my past. I want to figure it out. Oh! Oh, that's cool. The attention to detail in this game. That's the best part. Even better than the concepts. And
what was it?
Writing in general. The attention to detail.
Yeah. What was the detail? I missed it, is what I'm saying.
That apparently, like, if you go back and see, like, Heaven's, you can, like, in Shadowbringers go back in Heaven's Word and see that, like, post-game stuff that you did is actually progressing.
Yeah.
Because my point was, You know, like after Endwalker happens, maybe you like can come back to the empty and then see that it actually like has grown more.
Yeah. That is a good part about the writing and all that stuff. That's also good, and it all comes together. It makes a great title called Final Fantasy XIV.
And that's why the books are gonna be so good.
Yes. Very particular about the history and details.
When they come in spring 2022.
Oof. Anyway, now Gaia knows how to drive the Sky Slipper.
I hate this thing.
You can get it as a mount if
I hate
you
that.
do it's a Eden number 4 Savage. So if you do Titan Savage in the Eden ones, you can get Sky Slipper as a 4-seater mount.
Wow. Sorry, I'd rather get the Final Fantasy 15 car.
This was the second 4-seater mount in the game after the Final Fantasy 15 car. And if you missed that event, this was the only 4-seater mount you could get at the time.
Isn't that unfortunate?
But there's more, I believe, now.
Youths like myself.
The youths.
I'm driving. I mean, how hard can it be to drive this thing in the empty? It's like night driving. It's not hard. You could drive on the other side of the road if you wanted to.
It didn't work.
It's because we left the tents. Urianger was right. It's piss again. I knew it.
But it's worse. It's not just yellow, it's super yellow.
Maybe.
It is. This is a great raid series still, but remember when we fought a giant time robot?
Look, the time robot is a time robot, so that's kind of a strike against it, but it was interesting as well. It also had that song.
It had a bunch of songs.
Yeah, but like it had that one song.
I don't know which one you mean because they were all good. Are you talking about the forward and back and the forward and back one that everyone likes? That's a good one. Then we fought a space robot that was like a super weapon. And that was Omega. And it made Final Fantasy references at us that we had to fight and kill.
And then it became hot. And then everyone paid hundreds of dollars just to get its clothes and minions. Someone wasn't here for the entirety of Shadowbringers.
Let's make a darkness primal.
Good thing Urianger and Thancred aren't here to protest or something.
Anyway, also, you were sad when at the end of 5.3 they all had to leave Reen behind. They couldn't take her to a dimension that she didn't come from.
Yeah,
but
I
the
still
whole
agree.
point. Yeah, but here's the thing. This is in 5.4 now. So the thing is, this end of this raid, that's closure that you might be looking for, but maybe not as much.
Closure before the closure, that's optional.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's Zodiark. What if we just turned out all the lights in the room and then thought about a primal?
That would work. Yeah, it's the Cloud of Darkness from the 3rd Crystal Tower Alliance raid.
Man, can't say I remember.
It was, remember the raid that was purple? And there was a big boss that shot laser beams. At the final boss of that one. That's the Cloud of Darkness.
Like, I don't know if I'm thinking of the right thing, but maybe.
We'll see.
Sounds like a death flag. They wouldn't do that, but it sounds like a death flag.
This game doesn't, you know what? I don't think this game really does death flags.
I feel like it did one. At least one. I can't remember, but I just have this feeling.
I mean, one of the actual, like, deaths that mattered was Haurchefant.
Whoa!
Well,
Spoilers.
what? Is someone here who hasn't played the game before? I didn't know if someone was watching your stream
it's
then. Okay. No, but I'm saying, he kind of, like, if you want to argue that before going to that dungeon, like the vault, and confronting the Pope and everything, and being like, okay, Haurchefant says we're gonna go, and we're gonna go in there, we're gonna save the day. If you consider that a death flag, then maybe. But besides that, he just got speared because he put his shield up in front of you to protect you, and he just was like, "Oh, I'm gonna protect you," dead.
Yeah, I don't think that one counts. Gone, but not forgotten.
People put posters in their rooms of that, the painting of him, because they remember him, because he was a good guy.
They should
Everyone
sell that
liked him.
poster as official merchandise.
Yeah. water and water and water, water, water and water and water, water.
What?
I'm drawing out the darkness. Get ready.
You haven't seen that. This is a Final Fantasy VIII boss theme.
Is it a water boss?
No, but it's the meme where there's a supermarket aisle. That
Oh
lists
my
water-
god!
water. Yeah.
It's the Minyot!
It worked,
Yes.
Gaia. We've
This should this should be completely accurate to the actual thing because we see it all the time.
Yeah.
How could you forget?
So you see the Puff of Darkness, the Cloud of Darkness was the boss we fought in the.
Yeah, that just completely overrode my memory there. The Puff of Darkness, like I didn't even make the connection because
Yeah, the Cloud of Darkness was the boss in the Crystal Towers 3rd raid.
like who knew that actually came from something? Nice cape.
Instead of a cloud, it's a puff.
Okay.
As I was saying, though, I mentioned this meme once, and you said, "Evan, don't do it. If I ever play Final Fantasy VIII, I won't be able to not think of it." So I didn't show you the meme at that time.
Also, this is giving me real Dragalia Lost vibes. Because they basically recently just released a character that summons a Bahamut that looks exactly like that behind them. And that one's kind of fucking me up.
I didn't see a Bahamut. You mean the
What
Summoner's blue one?
Yeah, whatever that guy is. He was exactly the same.
Yeah. Alright, now we got tiles.
Okay.
Do not step on those edges, or the middle one. They've been turned into death fields. And do not stand on these for too long. You see that they turn yellow when you stand on them?
Yeah.
If they turn red, you definitely don't want to be standing
okay,
on them.
I got it.
You only have to step off for like a few seconds, though.
Well, mine didn't turn red, so I don't know if that attack that hit me was related or not.
No, that was an arena blast.
Oh, okay. Oh, I think that hits you. When you fall off, I can't get over how your character holds a stiff standing pose. It's still so funny. I'm afraid to come back. You piece.
Okay. Run away from these tethers to break them when they appear.
Okay.
Not yet.
Not yet.
When they're spiked like that, then do it.
Now run?
Yes. Not the orange ones, but when they're like spiked briars and branches.
I like the word briar a lot.
This one, you want to go to this wall, I think.
Okay.
It's basically a super... There's like a sliver at the edges when she pulls up that you're safe on. Oh dear.
That shouldn't count as me standing in it, right? Well. You know what? I think that's a pretty good time to use that move.
It's a pretty good time for benediction, yes. That's a 10.
I like, seriously, for a whole second I was like, that's what I want to run to, right? Oh god, are other healers dead too? I was kind of hoping they would pick up the
They
slack
have
here.
a raise though, but they're not raising.
No, the healer's dead.
No, look, they have a raise.
What do you mean they
that
have a
they're
raise?
using.
What's he talking about?
They
Oh, God,
disconnected.
They disconnected.
When you get raise, you get a buff that says raise until you cash it in.
Oh, so I raised them there, but they disconnected.
Yes. You
Okay.
had already raised them previously, and they just never got back up.
Well, it's gonna be a little rough here, but Maybe we can do it. I'm getting into the flow here, dude. All right. I don't have enough MP to heal and raise, I feel like.
That's the one. The
Fuck
red
you,
mage is
fuck
saying
you.
to raise them.
Fuck you! Fuck you and your stupid instant attack, I knew it! At the end of the day, everything is Final Fantasy. Wait, I thought our healer disconnected.
They're back. They logged back in.
Personally, I think we lost that one because the healer left and that's it. I think it would be better this time.
Also, the other tank is named Frederick Durst.
Yeah, I
That's
noticed.
funny. I like that.
The best of times, the Durst of times.
Blaming all on the nookie.
Hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
That one is based on what hand that lights up.
Oh, son of a bitch, I'm dead. No, I'm not. Okay, that one wasn't as fast.
So that one's not shown in a cast bar. It's actually... That's a Tank Buster Beam.
Or as I like to call it, Destroy Beam! I find it interesting that this whole mechanic starts with this. Is it just because to be like, the cubes are going to be relevant one day? Ah. Ah. Ah.
Anyway, if you stay on it too long, once it turns red,
Fuck you. I'm dead.
Yeah, that hand was lit up. And I didn't pay attention because I was looking at other stuff.
I'm just gonna hope that I'm not gonna res on a red tile and die.
Yeah. The tiles are gone.
Wow, I remember being basically dead for right before this move last time too. Oh wait, shit. Well, that was a waste. I don't have the MP for this.
Hey, break it. Break the tether.
Tether.
I said tether funny. I don't know why I said word wrong. Wow, word wrong.
Thought I pressed 1. I did not press 1.
Hey, she's gonna move to this side. Move to this side of the arena. Closer? You gotta be literally against
I don't know. Maybe there's a giant pit right over there that I don't want to be right next to.
You gotta.
Always put regen on this guy because he never has health. There we go.
We're doing better. Everyone was dead here last time, I think.
6 seconds. Oh, that did a lot less damage this time. Do I know what this funny mechanic is?
At least one person has to be standing in these circles to soak the damage. It's Tower's mechanic.
I just happened to be at the right place at the right time on that one. Funny squares. Yeah, I have a feeling I should just be on the same one as someone else.
Anyway, I didn't finish saying because I think
Oh, shit.
we got hit. Up. Wait.
What? What?
No, we're fine.
Okay, it's just scaring me.
It's a circle. That's what I was worried about. I was worried she was gonna light up one of her hands actually, and do a half the. She is right now.
Fuck
Go to this
you.
side.
Fuck you. Oh no! I ran through the square!
You ran through the Death Star, the center Death Square.
If I'm gonna be real with you, I didn't think that was still active.
It still was.
Alright, press 1.
Okay, I'm gonna say what I was trying to say again. When the tiles turn red, if you actually keep standing on them, even when you should step off, they fall down, and then that tile becomes gone, and it just turns into a hole in the floor forever.
Okay.
Okay, break it. It's a branch now. To the wall that she's pulling herself with her little spaghettis.
Probably should have saved that control F.
You.
Right place at the right time. Wish I had more MP to revive this person, but I don't.
Don't worry, the other healer did.
No, but I want to be the one.
Oh. Only 10% left.
We're not gonna make it. Might have been a little premature.
But the samurai wanted to do it though, and do their big blade slam. Oh no, that person's they're fine. I thought.
Should we get rid of this cloud?
Yeah, we did. We're good.
When you said, you know, that person's, oh, that person's standing there, and I just saw like a cloud. I thought that they turned into the cloud. Oh, fuck.
No,
Okay, yeah, we're good.
this is fine. I'm going for it. I'm gonna hit it. up.
Yeah, I haven't played well, really, I haven't played a Final Fantasy either, but I haven't played a Dragon Quest, but it feels like Final Fantasy, the vibe of Final Fantasy is a lot more
Before you
fun.
roll on that, this is actually kind of useful, maybe. It depends if you want. These tokens let you get item level 520 gear, but you technically can get your crafted gear that Gavin gifted you to 520. You just need to spend tomestones. It's up to you.
I will never spend money.
But it's the end game currency to get good gear.
For the next 3 weeks.
For the next 3 weeks. And then you can just use Tombstones of Poetics and instantly buy them like you could the other expansions.
The Final Fantasy vibes are everywhere. I haven't played Dragon Quest, but it doesn't feel like Dragon Quest vibes are everywhere, even though they probably are.
Chris, you should play Final Fantasy 4.
9.
And 9.
Says Gavin.
And 5. And 6. And 7.
9 has
and
the
8.
chef clown.
And 10. And 12.
Not 12, right?
9 has the chef. Anyway, here's the game.
Wow, it really is lesbianism. This is I think this is the silliest possible conclusion that we could have gotten.
What do you mean?
That the crystal becomes rainbow.
Yeah, but that means
But we
everything's
love
balanced.
it.
That means all the elements are balanced. Anyway, you should play Final Fantasy 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and 10 and 12.
It's kind of weird that they started the game at 4 when, you know, usually people start things at 1.
You can play 1 through 3, but they 1's pretty good still, everyone says. 2 and 3, not as good anymore. They're all right.
Is it because for 1, like, that's people's limit for... This was the first one, so all this jank in it is like fine, because it's a relic of its time. But then once you get to 2 and 3, they're like, okay, that novelty wore off. Fuck you.
Kind of. 2 and 3. 2, I think the systems are kind of weird, everyone agrees. And 3, remember how the Crystal Tower is in this game and it's also in Final Fantasy 3? Because Gavin said it before.
Yes. Well, not technically no, but yes.
The Crystal Tower is the final dungeon of Final Fantasy 3, and it's arguably one of the worst parts because it's like, I don't remember, it's incredibly long, unbearably long. Final dungeon is the Crystal Tower. But yes, no one, if you can play 1 if you feel like it, and then you go to 4 because that's where it's like, oh, this is pretty good, and then you keep going. Chris, you gotta play games.
Yeah, well, I'm doing it right now, so there is that.
That's good.
Brought on by the comfort of the fact that you just kind of sit down and just read, and time goes by, and it's actually comfy and not stressful at all. And then
Except for
just
when
kind
you're
of forget the like. That's the thing. I always forget about the fights. Even in this, where it's a really rigid kind of system, where it's like there will always be a boss at the end of the patch. Also, who would have thought that Ascian was here? Like, are we real surprised about that one?
Ascian.
Aren't you guys supposed to be relegated to the main story?
This guy. So here's the fun part. Emmett Selk. Remember when Emmett Selk shot Grahatia on the top of Bothri's mountain?
Yes.
Okay. So here's the thing. Emmett Selk also said, we had Yorhim and Metron, and they were here in the first, and they were doing things, but they messed up.
Oh my god, he's back. Should we tell him?
Emmett Selk is dead, though. How can we tell him?
No, tell Metron. And Emmett Selk is dead?
Maybe.
Can you, like, teleport a little closer so we don't have to yell across this expanse here? Memory erasure is fine if an Ascian is doing it? Question mark.
Since we're talking about Ascians, actually, that picture of Zodiark, when I said it was from the Ascians' little purple area, that's actually from the arena you fight Nabrialis in A Realm Reborn's patches.
I don't think I remember that one.
Nabrialis is the guy who had really big sideburns and Moonbrita
okay.
sacrificed
Yeah.
himself, herself to kill him.
Relevant for all of actually cumulatively 2 minutes.
He's one of the most forgettable ones. The other one that's very forgettable is the one Laha Brea teamed up with at the end of Heavensward, and they died, and then Thornton killed Laha Brea with a sword and ate him to make his sword stronger. She's so forgettable that I don't remember her name, I don't think, at the top of my head right now.
I'm over here like there was a girl.
Yeah, we've seen a female Ascian once so far, and it was the one... Wait, was it I think I'm making... No, okay, I made a mistake again. Metron and Lawgriff were sent to the first. Igyorhim was the female Ascian that Laha Brea teamed up with the end of Heavensward, then they died anticlimactically. But it was funny because Laha Brea was such a big bad guy, and then Thornton's just like, you're dead.
Is this supposed to be central like this? You think like it would be centered on Ardbert or something?
This is actually, when you first met Ardbert, you had an echo flashback to him doing this, and this is actually a screenshot of that.
I was just wondering if it was because I did the healer thing.
Nope, this is what it looks like. It's supposed to kind of be a full party shot, not just Ardbert. Anyway, they killed him and he was carrying so much light that he exploded into Eden, and he became Eden. Which actually goes against the conventional wisdom. The history that Ascians disseminated and made into a little propaganda was like, the Warriors of Light Ardbert and his gang killed the Shadow Keeper. But it was actually because Metron was carrying a bunch of light in his pockets, and it spilled when Ardbert killed him, pretty much. That's kind of the quick summary.
Ardbert bumped into him, and it all started falling out. Like spaghetti on the floor.
Yeah, that's actually pretty accurate, I would say, is that Ardbert spilled all the light when he killed Metron. And then Metron got eaten by the light he spilled and turned into Eden, and then caused the entire flood of light.
I can only go. Pss, pss, pss. Not cool, Emmett Selk. Not cool.
Yeah, he was a sundered one, so they could just find another fragment of him and make him the next Metron in their business.
Like how he just nodded. just don't tell him about how Emmett Sunk was all like, my friends.
That makes me think maybe Elidibus would be like, I want to save Metron, and Emmett Slug would be like, just get another one. Because Elidibus was all about his friends.
Well, apparently he didn't. Elidibus like tweeting, I love my friends, and then Metron is just like looking at it all alone in a dark room. Or I guess a light room.
Yes.
Owned. Like I still can't get over those heels, dude. Like, do you think aliens would come to Earth and then just look at high heels and go, why?
And yes, they said it already, but Mitron was like, I'm the voice in your head guy, haha. Also, Mitron is like cutting off synapses to her brain. Is actually why she has amnesia.
Yeah, I know. Is it okay if an Astian is doing it though? It's an evil guy. This moment could get very real if you have a relative or loved one with dementia or something. It's a fine line to walk when you're writing about something like this, I feel like. I love this crate with our pumpkin soup. Well, just because he sounds smart doesn't mean he is smart. Okay, what if, during the climax of this, Gaia loses all of her memories, and then we bring her back with the memory of coffee biscuits? I'm gonna put that token down in that field right now. But really, he's a dad.
Remember when he was a bad dad, but then he was a good dad, and then him and Urianger were dads together?
Just two dads. I read that incorrectly.
He can sneak.
wait a second. This is just them talking about the members again. You can't fool me.
Cryo is better.
I'm excited for Alphino to go to school and get too invested in the debate club. It was like the whole like school AU Final Fantasy 14 thing took me by such surprise.
It might not be AU, it might be prequel because they went to school canonically. They went to college at like 16 in the in-game story.
I thought it was like, you know, the gang is gonna be in school.
Technically, I think the other Scions also were at the Studium, but I'm not 100% sure. I do remember in the patches when you were with Graha and Alice, she was like, everyone had to give a thesis to get their Archon's mark, which is the tattoo they all have. Or most of them. Ida's was fake, because she was actually Lise the whole time.
Yeah, I was just like, if it is an AU, I'm like, these guys feel like that's a bit too lighthearted for them, and also they have so much more stuff to write about. Though it might be handed off anyway. I don't know. In that case, yeah. How protective would you be of your Final Fantasy 14 IP?
Yes, I'm pretty sure most of the Scions did study in Sharlayan, in the Studium.
Like, that's probably the most likely scenario. Like, I seriously can't imagine like a spin-off AU hand off to someone else, but I'm not really opposed to the idea either because it can be fun. You just gotta be careful. And
in fact, that's Alphino was like, the whole thing when we learned that Alphino was good at drawing is because he tried to impress girls in school. Will we get a chapter on that where he learns to draw to impress women?
probably. But I think you cut out.
That's great.
No, me? Me? Do you think Metron goes to World War II battle reenactments and like claps?
Maybe.
The music's getting really scary for some reason. That's like a kind of sting that would be in a scripted cutscene. Owned. Give him the middle finger while you're at it. Okay, now there's some weird champ energy coming off of you.
Ooh.
What is this song? Okay, bye. I don't know. I feel like this song is sacred and they keep using it. I keep saying it's a moment in history, but I feel like you just said that it isn't.
It's not. It's propaganda. It's the history the Asians made.
Should I just click litany?
It's litany.
But like, okay, that's weird. Okay.
But I'm also gonna get up.
Oh. Should I leave?
I don't know. I gotta get food.
Oh yeah, we never. Actually, it's only 8:43, huh?
Yeah.
Are we almost at the end of this?
There's 2 more after this one.
Oh my god. Here I was thinking that we were like close to the end. Do you want to do this one and then call it for now? Or maybe
No,
forever, I
I can keep
guess.
doing it. I can keep doing it. I was just gonna eat quietly.
Right, but I kind of want to eat too. I had this whole plan. Let's just do this one and then.
But we can
see
finish
from
it.
there.
But we can finish it.
Yeah, but like it's gonna take us like an extra hour and a half or something. What the heck? A floor around the arena?
Water and water, water, water and water and water, water.
And a fence, no less. They built a fence?
So this all took place 100 years ago.
They had fences back then?
What does it have to do with Gaia?
Oh my god, it's the doggy! I've seen you. I feel like you look better in promotional material, but... Can I get this as like a minion or a mount or something?
I don't know.
I want the dog with many eyes. There's a dog like this in, what, Chainsaw Man or whatever? I'm like, that's the most metal looking thing ever. And I want to pet it. Evan, what are you doing?
Oh, the other tank is saying that he's blind. I just realized.
Oh, so are you gonna main tank? Is that it? Is that like a tiny Zero Suit Samus down there, by the way?
Might be. I can't tell.
I'm gonna go over here so I can like see. It like
It also
sneezed
does.
on you.
Yeah, so it does attacks that's like forward implosion, backward implosion, and it's based on where it is. This is forward shadow implosion, so it's actually going to be on the side you are on right now.
But that wasn't forward or backward.
It's forward shadow, so where his shadow is placed, it was forward from there.
What do you mean where his shadow is placed? It's just
You'll see.
under him.
He
Now
placed
it's
a shadow
everywhere.
and then made it forward from that one. This one's about this one's about directions. Chris said you're gonna
Yeah,
have backward implosion.
it's RNG. Just stay close to the center. Okay,
He just made a shadow.
What are
Backward shadow implosion.
we? Somehow still alive. Where are you reading that?
It's the top. It's the cast bar. Look where it says spawn
Okay,
shadow
I
right
see.
now.
Yeah, I've never.
You can always move that, by the way.
Yeah,
you
I've
can see what they're attacking.
never looked at that before in my entire life.
That's actually very important.
I'm not a tank. Those little freaks.
This way. To this one. Nope.
I mean, there was no way I was gonna make that anyway. God damn it! I want to like this fight.
It's a good fight if you understand directions. Like left and right and forward and back. Two dogs over there. It stands up and it gets a sword.
Wait, what? Dark Souls did it better? Question mark. What is happening? "19 seconds. Sheesh.
Right shadow slash, so it's going to be this. Yep, we're good.
Yeah, okay. Even then, I was like, I don't know where I'm going. I was like, right?
It's disorienting because it's not. It's his position, but different. Right shadow slash. So wait, we're on the wrong side. There we go.
Just keep moving.
Outward push.
I'll stand here.
That red wall is a death wall.
Just when you thought that there was a fence.
Fence 2. It's split. It's going to be the one with the line. Watch him move the cups.
Okay, I didn't even know that was what this was.
Let's move the cups. Go to him.
Okay.
Because he's going to do a forward blast. And then put a bunch of circles where we're standing.
Nope. Woo! Okay, see, but like,
Forward shadow implosion. He's going to do 2 forward shadow implosions. So, yeah! From 2 different shadows.
okay, I think I get it. It's gonna face the opposite way of the shadow, and then you have to apply the direction to that.
It's going to have a shadow
I don't have time
rise
for
up.
this.
And then it's if it says forward shadow or direction shadow blank Or direction shadow. So forward implosion is just going to be a regular forward implosion. I died.
Yeah, that's a problem.
I'm not going to take aggro back. I'm going to take it. There's technically supposed to be a tank swap in this fight.
Alright.
But I can kind of make this work. We do also have LB3 if you need it.
Where am I going? Not
Just
here.
in case.
Not here.
The other healer is done LB3. Everyone's alive again. I figured one of you would have to end up using it.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't going to be me. Oh my god, he's just slicing.
So yes, when I get 4 stacks of slashing resistance and he's using a sword, that's technically when you're supposed to tank swap, but it's easier to just kind of power through it since you're healing a lot. And I didn't have time to explain that mechanic to the new guy because...
I feel like that would have been fine to explain in the beginning.
Yeah, I forgot actually to I think I more so just started it and then I realized I was supposed to say it because the guy was new and then I didn't. So that's actually my bad very much.
Oh, son of a bitch. I was looking at HP bars. It's over.
It's this one. You're close to him. Wait, it's not. Ah!
At least that one doesn't instantly kill you. If you're a healer, at least. Fuck you. I didn't like that boss either.
Did you not like the darkness, cloud of darkness boss?
That one was fine.
Cool. So we know you didn't, you left before you got the loot.
Oh yeah, I forgot it's important now or something.
It's, this stuff is decent if you actually want item level 520 gear instead of 510 gear and aren't feeling like upgrading. Because you can upgrade the crafted set that Gavin gave you into item level 520. But these tokens just let you get 520 gear outright. Even still, it's not item level 530, which is the current cap for the best stuff with the special tomestones.
You see, there's a robot that can time travel.
His name is Alexander. I know, funny name for a robot, right?
Just one day in a video game, I want to see someone actually hit someone with a giant mallet like this, and like is actually accurate to how it would go in real life.
Dead Rising 2. And 3. And maybe 4, I didn't see much of that. Dead Rising, the series, though. Hammers really go bop.
And it's just that easy. Here it comes. Here comes the biscuit line. Halloween was a week ago, dude.
This is the same thing La Habrea and Igyorhim merged into at the end of Heaven's Word. But then we fought Thornton. A previous incarnation of Gaia was Logrif, and now she just keep reincarnating as the same fragment of the original Ascian? Uh-oh. Hey, look, Zodiark's in the background.
Yeah, I was like... It's like, is that a Zodiark? Wow,
Yeah.
it all comes together. You were always a forgetful one. Laugh track plays.
Anyway, this scene is Metron raising up one of the fragments of Logrif to remember being an Ascian. I stuttered and muttered and stumbled and bumbled like I always do. I words bad at bad words.
Until you don't. Wow. I didn't even know his name was Ascian Prime. Have you ever considered let Gaia go? Yeah, I refuse to dead name Gaia. He's doing that weird thing with his fingers.
Also, actually, here's the thing. The whole plot here is actually about getting out of an abusive relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the memory doesn't really help with that vibe, I feel like, but,
It's at least something to that effect.
but you see, in the end, it is our past that makes us stronger, especially the bad things. I mean, I can't, I mean, I'll accept it. Part of me's like, maybe I do just want to finish it. I don't know. How long do I want to go? Because it's like, I don't really have anything tomorrow. I mean, you do, but like, it's like, what, 2 to 3 hours from now?
What do you mean, 2-3 hours from now?
When you should go to bed.
Usually 4 or so.
4?
I go to bed at 1 and get up at 8. I get 7 hours of sleep.
That's not good. Stop that.
It says 7 to 9 hours. I get 7.
Stop that. Okay, well.
This is the second to last one, so I don't know if that tells you how you feel.
I mean, if they're as fast as, you know, when I said we're gonna stop, and then now, might as well. Cause like I'm kind of hungry, but I guess I could deal with it. And then we could like retire. You get like an hour or something a bit early, and then you know, yeah, Gavin, go to bed.
What do you mean hour a bit early?
Like, cause you know we're not gonna go until like 1 or 12 or whatever. So
Yeah, but I'm still gonna stay up till 1.
yeah, stop that. But okay, so I feel bad about saying don't get food because we're gonna get food later if we continue. But do you want to do this battle and then get food, and then I'll just keep playing?
I don't care.
He cares. But we're gonna. That's what we're gonna do. I should have known. There's space for 2 more. Is that how it always goes?
No,
Wow, how convenient.
it's just convenient. It also includes the near raids, but in a little slightly different list. So it's gonna make a scroll bar appear when you do the near
Ah.
raids.
Good thing I did
And-
these ones first.
And if you unlock the Savage versions, it also adds those to the list.
And then eventually they're just gonna get shafted to the other menu.
The other menu. And the one that's number 2 is gonna become the Endwalker raids, because it's current content.
So like for December, are these ones still gonna be in 2 until they release the Endwalker ones?
Possibly, I don't know.
Oh, 0 out of 4 DPS. Those guys take the longest.
I posted the clip about water in your Discord.
I can't watch it. It'll ruin Final Fantasy VIII for me.
You better watch it right now, and then you'll go into this fight and you'll understand.
I mean, in a way, it's gonna, like, it would get me to appreciate the song more, I'm almost certain. But, I feel like just by the thumbnail, I feel like I've seen that video, like, eons ago, and it just did not register at all.
It's a good one.
Yeah, not much is happening. Oh yeah, this isn't happening. Oh, while we wait. Also, Hildebrand is coming back. Confirmed, I think.
In patch 6.1.
It's just so weird that like he's going to an alternate dimension. They just didn't show up here. Like, that's always gonna bother me.
But maybe it's funnier that way.
Like, the theming is great. Like, he goes to another dimension, right? And you go, what the fuck? Like, at the time, you go, what the fuck? Because I don't know what Shadowbringers is about. And then it, like, all connects once you're like, time for the Shadowbringers, Hildebrand. Oh! But, like, it doesn't exist.
What's actually going to be funnier is Gavin said
I know this place.
they should have Hildebrand appear in
the
Final
jail
Fantasy
in Yulmore.
16, and that's the actual dimension he went to.
Wait, what did you say? Sorry.
Hildebrand, also, it's a Thancred Ranjit is the boss.
Wow.
So this is the
Whatever stands in our way,
dad
we will never
boss.
give up hope.
Is there anything that's gonna, like, murder me?
Yes. Pay attention to whether he's lightning or fire. Oh, the other tank says first time as well. I have to tank it again?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, Yoshi P is the producer for Final Fantasy 16, so they should put Hildebrand in 16.
I agree.
That creature is
And that would be the alternate dimension. Okay, lightning. So, stay far away.
Okay.
He's gonna do that line, and then do a bigger line that's instant.
Yeah, this song kind of slaps though.
It's pretty good. Lightning.
Is the line, like, random?
It's a line.
But, like,
That's a lightning that targets a single person. So he can elementally augment the abilities, but it varies. But most of all, you need to know if it's a lightning line or a fire line.
what's fire line then?
It's stand close to the line, but not on the line. So here's going to be a fire line.
Oh, perfect.
Stand close to it, but not on it. Because it's a knockback.
Oh, I love knockbacks, dude. Can't have a fight in this raid series without
Knockback is one of the best mechanics.
knockback. Yeah, we love knockback, dude.
He's doing a fire stack actually.
You're not going anywhere. Oh!
It's not a split stack, so we're good.
I actually really think this boss is kind of fun.
Light claim you.
He just did lightning, so stand in the edges of the fire right here.
In the edges?
Right where I am. I'm jumping. You were fine. You
I was like, everyone was there, so I was like...
yeah, they're fine. Okay, so whatever element he does before he makes the circles, that circle element will be bigger and overlap. Whereas the one that he didn't do will be as big as the actual circle that you see show up.
I don't know if I understand.
Feast of my blood.
Oh, you'll get
Answer
it
my
eventually.
call.
So, stand near the opposite element circle? Is that it?
Pretty much.
Oh, shit. Sorry, I was looking at my keyboard.
That's fine. Just a slice. This is the actual hardest part of the fight. Is that, well, actually he's doing a lightning on that line. So stand away from it and now stand kind of, not that, land, push. I couldn't say any words there.
Just follow the people.
No, that wasn't the worst part of the fight, though. I thought it was a later part of the fight. This is the worst part of the fight, I think, is
Okay.
this one.
Can you amply describe
Blade
it?
is imbued with light.
Nope, it's still not. Light is another element it can be, and it's the easiest thing to dodge, unlike the other
How
ones.
about you?
It's, I will put some circles on the ground once I finish the strike. Okay, so the worst part of the fight is you're gonna have to run around the edge of the arena and
You're
try to
not
find a
going
safe
anywhere.
spot.
Oh!
And I will jump if I find the one of the safe spots. So if you see me jumping, you go to where I am.
The light will cleanse your sins.
Two of them.
Here it comes, the worst part. He's on the outskirts of the arena.
The
Run
light's so
around the
strong.
outside of the arena.
I can't
Try and
sense
find
anything
him.
else.
And find a gap. There is
I
a
was
gap
gonna
right
say,
here.
I ain't seeing shit. I'm assuming they're okay over there.
They're fine. There's multiple safe spots. Well, it's kind of like a pie, like a hourglass shape. I don't know why I said pie at first. Anyway, that's the hardest part of the fight. That's what got people stuck when they first saw it.
A feeble shield protects nothing.
Yeah, Evan.
That feeble shield protects nothing.
Light claim you.
What am I doing again?
Just did lightning. So stand in between these fire rings. Since he did lightning before it, the lightning circles were bigger and thus overlapped.
Oh shit.
Pushing line.
How about you?
That's always a little too close, you know?
A far away line because he's going to do a second instant hit
How
line.
about you?
The MP to just spam cure We love spamming cure too. Oh my god, I'm like, whoa, they got knocked back?
This is one of the fights where I pretty much remember all the mechanics because I like it. I'm like, ooh.
A feeble shield protects nothing.
Also, it tells you, if I actually remember all the mechanics, that tells you if I've actually tanked a fight before, if I just let the main, someone else do the main tank.
Light claim you.
Move back a bit, actually, because that fire one was big. He's dead.
She deserves all the happiness in the world.
Who? The girl reading this. Alright, I'll remember this time. Oh, they're gone. Even though the other tank didn't main tank.
Don't leave yet, they didn't finish rolling. There's still 5 items in the loot table. We're good.
We're good.
Okay, there's another cutscene, and then one more fight, and then
Just
a big cutscene.
one cutscene?
There's other stuff.
That turn.
A ghoulish turn.
Yes. I'm angry.
One thing this storyline did was make me realize, oh wow, this really is everything goes back to the life stream and is reincarnated and comes back, including fragmented souls, because Gaia died and then became Gaia again later, 100 years into another reincarnation. And he's like, I'll awaken you up to the Ascian mode. Before that, it seems more like a gray area where it was like kind of reincarnation, but not that direct. But this is basically saying, nope, you're the same energy. The same ether makes a person sometimes, and that's pretty much direct.
Don't worry, it's just a visual metaphor. way. Your lives are insignificant. Go over there and bop him and say, stop it. I just moved over here. Hexagons. You're not breaking through that. Oh, yeah, that was a lot faster than the other ones, huh? Oh, just barely too much.
It was just one cutscene, also.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this storyline, honestly.
I did say it was my least favorite. It's not that bad, but it just doesn't have pizzazz.
No, I think there are things I don't like about it. Unfortunately. Sorry, Sora man. I didn't even mean to click on that guy. Hold on. Perfect. Grimjack. I love the title Nidhogg Slayer. Like, it's so silly. After this, I don't know. I guess the boss one, whatever you called it.
There's the Trial series.
Yeah. I'm procrastinating the Nier one because I'm afraid of it.
Yeah.
Who knows? We might not even get to we might not even get to it. It's possible, you know. They might pull Endwalker forward and go, sorry, we're gonna release it early as compensation for lying to you. And we just won't get it. We just won't get to do the Nier raid ever.
It's like Gavin said, if you want to fully understand the Nier raid, you actually also have to understand Drakengard 1. So, you're pretty hopeless on that. But don't worry about it, because it's still pretty fun fights, I think.
I just want 9S to do the smile. Maybe that's all we need in the end. Did Yoko Taro write that? Not expansion, whatever it's called.
That Alliance Raid series?
Yeah.
Yes, he wrote the whole thing.
I think it's kind of cool how they have like these guest writers that kind of align with the vibe of this game.
Yes.
Like, of course we get the Kingdom Heart. Sorry. Oh my god. That threw. Oh my god, it keeps getting worse. Anyway, of
She's
course
still in there
Breasts like grapes.
somewhere.
the expansion
I
about
won't
darkness.
Give up on our future,
You get the
Gaia,
Kingdom Hearts guy.
no matter what.
Yeesh, this song's going in. I don't like how the arms are hanging uselessly as well. Alright, should I like be watching out for any branches to trip on or something like that?
Joined as one.
Sorry, I can't, if you're saying something, I can't hear you.
Unbound by past.
Why is this so loud?
We got the same tank as last time. He's doing these at the same time as us.
Wow.
Okay, so the gimmick with this fight is she's gonna prep spells. And there's different spells that are being prepped have different patterns. So, Ramu is a big circle in the middle, if I believe.
Yeah, it wasn't that big, thankfully.
These are all pretty much instant casts because what they're drawing from is going to tell you. This is a stand in the middle.
Fire 4?
Yep, okay.
That didn't look
so
like fire. What the fuck?
That was Leviathan. And it's Ramu again, so circle.
Is it instant cast? Dude, it's over for me.
They're all instant because they're telling you what they're going to do, Leviathan. Stand in the center lane.
Sheesh!
And they will be your undoing.
Alright, what's this one then?
Ifrit, stand on the sides. It's going to cone on the sides.
Ah, the sides of the boss. Not the sides of the circle that don't have any sides, I guess.
Garuda is wedges. Ifrit.
No more pictures. I'm sick of pictures. Oh, we're doing the big thing again.
Utopia will only be complete.
Reets.
What's up with those legs?
They're like chicken's legs.
Once you are erased from our memory.
You ever just have like tiny people inside your thighs?
No. Alright, are you ready for the sentimentality phase?
Is it action time?
You've
No,
got
it's the
to protect her
sentimentality
memories.
phase.
Hurry!
Get on that launch pad or you're gonna get destroyed.
Whee!
You would defy us.
Dude, I feel like I'm in a Disney Disney ride.
These are actually quite good.
But also you have to fight.
See? Let's
They're
have
eating the
another
coffee biscuits, Chris.
heartbeat.
It's not I'm still waiting for it. I think it could still happen.
Back in this middle? Well, except for you, you've got an earth shaker.
What? Me? What? What's
You're
happening?
fine.
What?
You're fine, never mind. We're good.
What happened to the other half?
Am I being erased from her memory?
I told you it would make a great necklace.
It's beautiful. I think it'll really suit you.
Me? But I thought you should have it.
Oh god, there's a man here. Two men.
They shatter.
This is a push.
Fade.
I'd rather like trying to have this moment, but then also like have
Is this
fight
ice?
things here.
Where did this come from?
It's the
If
sentimentality
this goes on
phase.
much longer, she'll forget everything.
Good thing we aren't doing anything.
Retire your
Like you think they'd have like a DPS check here or something?
They do, actually. If you let them destroy Guy, you see the little meter that says Gaia's memories?
Okay, but like it doesn't work when the memories are still being
That's
erased
my
right now.
Yeah, but there's actually some wiggle room that you
This
can
one, on the other
lose.
hand,
Like we should be like attacking a big old thing, and then you know, as more time goes on, the memories keep getting erased. That guy he's fine. I don't know how he's fine, but he's
What
fine.
am I doing with this? I'd never wear this color.
Is it yellow? I
No,
wasn't paying attention.
we can't let this happen.
Anyway, that little amount left, if we let them kind of just run rampant, it would actually get to 0. But instead, there was a buffer of 22 still left over.
We shall bring eternal harmony,
What is this voice filter called?
tranquility, and vitality in perfect
Oh.
I feel like every deity character has this. Anyway, back to this music.
Why will you not disappear?
Oh my god, we're still at 65%.
No! Our utopia cannot fall!
Up, the crystals are over there.
What? Oh, they are, okay.
Leviathan and Garut. Wait, no. Is that Leviathan and Garuda? In which
I
case,
think
you
it
want to
was.
stand.
Uh-oh.
Don't stand on me, but stand right here, I think. You can also stock those abilities and save them for later, which she did. So now she's releasing. Stand right here. Leviathan and Garuda. Leviathan and Ramu. So a circle in the middle, but a safe center lane.
That should be good enough.
But she's junctioning Shiva.
The
So
hell
there's
is
going to
happening?
be an ice phase before she releases it.
Memories of ice.
I mean, I should be like fine if I just stand here.
You're
Right?
fine at the moment. There is an icy floor. And we're going to have to stack it. We're going to have to spread and then stack at the end of it.
Okay.
Wait for it. We're good.
Mamma mia. I'll go over here.
Remember that Leviathan and Ramu? It's about to come out.
Begone!
Leviathan and Ifrit. This one's pretty annoying, and it's an instant cast, so wait.
I guess I didn't make it.
Nah. Leviathan and Garuda. You're safe pretty much, I think. Yep,
I think I walked into it.
you did. Leviathan and Garuda again, but it's being saved for later. We have a Titan phase, which will have bomb rocks appear like they did in Titan's fight. The little ones will explode first. Safe here. Move to your side and out of this circle. Up. You were just a second too late.
I love being just a millisecond too late.
releasing the Dario. I forgot what it was. I'm sorry. I forgot to call out Leviathan and Garuda. I didn't remember the
So
combination.
this fight was already lost once it was an instant cast fight anyway.
It's because you're supposed to remember something else to know how to get past the instant cast.
Yeah, but
Savage
I'm too,
fights are only instant casts most of the time.
I'm too
pretty
stupid
much.
and focusing on healing. Like, that's fine because it's a fucking Savage fight.
A utopia. A dream.
You only died once. I don't know what the problem is.
It's just because that's been this entire stream. Just a bunch of bosses I don't like. It's not emblematic of the entire game, obviously, but like, it's annoying, isn't it? That they're all grouped into here.
They were all fine. Some of them I don't like as much, but I don't have a big problem with them.
I wanted the Reen one. Wait, Evan, can we trade? Do you want to trade? Evan! No!
Wait a second. No, I didn't even get the guy. I didn't
Well, I
even
thought
get
you
the
said
Reen
you
one.
rolled 95 or whatever.
I rolled a 99 on a piece of music.
Oh, okay.
I still don't have the Reen one.
Just keep yelling at her. It worked last time she was dying. Like literally what I just said. You gotta pick that one. Wow, is this intentional? She was lying. Yeah, I think this I keep wanting to say expansion. This raid series would have benefited more from an actual like gradual like guy actually warming up instead of suddenly liking everyone. It's insane. Okay. Capitalization wrong. And like, you know, because it was so instant, like everything after it kind of crumbles to me. Yeah, not like it's all bad or anything. I had to say Gaia, but like there wasn't an exclamation point or anything, so I'm just like, Gaia. Is there a reason Thancred left that behind?
To remember him.
Seems pretty expensive though, you know?
He can't bring it across the dimensions.
I guess so, right?
We had to put his soul and mind in his body. We could just hold him in like little USB thumb drives.
get another one just for the gun sword. Aw. If the Ascians, you know, ever get a redemption. For the record, when we put the Ascians in the batteries and then blew them up, like, they're not coming back, right?
It's more that I think we did technically only dissolve them into the life stream. So basically, how should I say this? If you slashed at them with a sword, just a regular sword, they would go poof and disappear and then recombine and be better next time. The way you're doing it is you're actually just atomizing them, and then the Aether returns to the life stream, so technically they can still get reincarnated regular.
Okay,
They're not unsundered or anything.
I was wondering if we were just erasing them from existence.
No. That being said, Emmett Selk is probably sundered and reincarnated somewhere. He's not whole anymore. It's just regular reincarnation now.
He did kind of have it coming. Artemis Fowl, author of well-known elementary school book. Probably anywhere but here. That would be my guess.
Artemis Fowl is the book, not the author.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah.
Doesn't it sounds like an author? There's no way.
Artemis Fowl is an Irish young adult fantasy novel written by Irish author Eoin Colfer. Anyway, this is the scene you sent me a tweet of once. It's a shot-for-shot remake of a Final Fantasy VIII scene.
And Gavin was probably like, this is a shot-for-shot remake of a Final Fantasy VIII scene.
Nope, I had to actually send it to him.
Whoa. Is that why he wants to play all the Final Fantasies again?
I don't know.
He's like, hold on, there's a gap in my memory. I gotta fix that. And
no,
any possibility of another one.
He probably wants to play all the Final Fantasies again because he likes Final Fantasy.
Including 10. Why that had followed her into the void? What the heck?
He cut into the brain dimension.
I was like, is this a metaphor or is this actually happening?
This is a metaphor, actually.
Okay, but like
it's a shot for shot. Anyway, they're gay.
The gun lance being there made me wonder if she actually grabbed the sword and did something. Or not gun lance, whatever.
The gunblade, yes. The empties looks pretty not empty anymore.
Is this the empty?
Yeah.
I thought that this was a metaphor.
No, we're back to actual, not the metaphor space.
Wait, then where am I?
I
was really hoping the camera was gonna pan and I was gonna be right there.
You know, you're right there. but it didn't show you. Hey, look, it's the empty. It's not empty. It's got stuff in it.
This is the power of gay. Wow, look at that. Now it's a tree. It's still pretty ugly though, but it's trying its best. It's kind of like how the boss was a tree with people in its thighs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, what about farther beyond? It's probably still the empty, right?
Yeah, that's gonna take some time to like
Realign.
realign.
This is a nice little song. Look at that. I bet this was a banner for like, you know, patch 5.5. Name of the patch right here. Some dates perhaps right around here. That's what that looks like.
That's not. It wasn't. This was the banner.
Do you actually have it?
I just Google searched it in 1 second. I just typed patch 5.4 into Google, and I got it.
Not even Final Fantasy 14.
No, I typed patch 5.4, and here's the banner.
Oh yeah, it's the drawing one. With the mobile game event font.
This also leaves us in a weird place because Gaia's an Ascian still, but she's not evil. So now we have an Ascian who's nice.
We have a good Ascian. Hooray! Yippee!
Technically, you, the player, are also a good Ascian, though.
Yippee!
We saw 5.3. We know what it's about.
So what's gonna become of this area though? Are we gonna like tell people? Should we like protect it? You know?
I don't know.
Does it cost a fortune? I guess a fortune of your time and effort.
It is time and effort. You can't. I don't think you can sell. Yeah, you definitely can't sell raid mounts on the market. That can't go into the player economy.
So I mean, it can. It can. Whoa, that was weird. What was that about? We're gonna need someone to test the food that grows in the empty. I don't trust it. Is she gonna be like, who cares? And the moral of the story is put the past behind you. Yeah, but he's like, man, we had to do a lot to get that information though. You definitely can't like go to Yulmore and talk to an NPC to get the information because that would destroy the entire point. But what if?
I don't know.
Say it. Say the joke. Oh, never mind. And that's it. I think even if it like, you know, had that stumble in the beginning, it had an interesting little twist and a wholesome ending in the end. So you can't like be mad at it or anything, right?
There's gotta be a worst one.
But you know.
But it's good. It just doesn't. There was a lot more intrigue, in my opinion, with the other ones, and they all had a lot more implications.
Hold on, whose minion is this? Where are they?
They might be in a cutscene and have teleported away.
What minion is this?
But that's the minion of the tank that we were just with.
Small. Oh, where did they go? Who's this little baby?
It's one of the baby ones, like Puff of Darkness.
Say I don't remember a boss like that. Wouldn't be too surprising.
That was a boss in the Hero's Gauntlet, which was a dungeon. Which was the dungeon where all the light people were spawning from other dimensions.
I remember that. So where's the next thing? I might as well start it and then we'll call it.
You already did start it. It's Ruby Doomsday.
Oh,
on your
perfect.
thing.
Where am I going?
Ruby Doomsday, like the Rolling Stones song Ruby Tuesday,
I thought
and the restaurant Ruby
I was
Tuesday,
gonna say I thought Ruby Tuesday was a restaurant
based off a song,
based off of a video game,
which was based off a book.
which was based off of a day of the week, which was based off of
The calendar.
No, I mean, like, who was Tuesday named after? I know, like, Odin is Wednesday and Thor is Thursday, but, like, who's Tuesday? Is this even right? Is this what I'm supposed to be doing? Like, part of me wants to start it a bit just to know what I'm doing.
Old English, Day of Two, a Germanic god of war and the sky.
Why do I feel like I've never heard of two?
TIW.
Oh my
Tuesday.
god, it's Gaius. Is this
Yes,
about
Ruby
Gaius?
This one's about Gaius.
Oh my god. Banger alert. I'm so lost right now though, Gaius.
Alright, remember when him and Estinian were in the palace and they made another Ultima weapon prototype?
How could I forget?
They're making many Ultima weapon prototypes, and we're gonna have to fight them as bosses.
Okay.
One of them's called the Ruby weapon, one of them's the, well, they're all based off of gems, like they were in Final Fantasy VII. These are Final Fantasy VII references.
Oh, well, everyone should get these then. I guess I shouldn't do this until Tuesday, though, right?
Oh.
How many days do I have left of this subscription? Is it like 9?
Something like that.
Well, we're like 1/3 of the way there, kind of, maybe. So far, so good.
We've done one of the 3 main endgame activities that you're made to unlock.
I was made to unlock these.
That you were here to do.
That was my parents' will.
That's the will of everything.
I mean, he looks fine. He has better standing posture than I do. And my 7 friends. And mostly my 7 friends. That's why I'm here, really, when you think about it. That man over there.
He just was like, yeah.
Can you imagine just being that guy and then like all 4 of these guys turn to you and like one of them points at you?
Yeah.
I don't know, guys. I still think you were kind of right.
Yeah, but he wanted to do imperialism.
Yeah, kind
And
of,
colonialism.
but like, you know, mostly right, except for that part. No, please, not the alarm again, please, God.
He also believed that there are people who are meant to be leaders and people who are meant to be followers.
Guy
and
is
that's not good
Oh
either.
yeah, guys, that's not based, but I think he's over that one now. Do you think they spray painted it to be red to fit with their naming scheme?
Yeah.
I like how there's a whole mech thing here. Darnus. Could come up
But
with
yeah,
better.
when you really think about it, Gaius is the easiest one to make a heel face turn in the entire game, probably.
I like how this thing's a mech, but it looks like a freaking fricked up alien. Alright, we're not doing that now. Wait, should I go? Oh wait, it doesn't matter if I go to a place with a moon anymore, huh?
Unless you're currently maxed out on that EXP.
Yay!
Until you start leveling something else, like Sage or another job.
But I'm probably just gonna stick with the White Mage for Endwalker because I can't play Sage because it's kind of short-sighted, I think.
What do you mean?
Like, why would I start at level 70 when I could start at level 80 and not be a detriment to the team?
You want to know why?
Yes.
They make you start at 70 instead of 80 when you unlock a new job. They basically give you a 10-level detriment, so you actually know how to play the job by the time you get to the new content.
But who's gonna do that and not go for the new content immediately? Shouldn't they just make the beginning of the new content kind of easier to compensate for that?
You want to know who? Gavin. He's going to level up Reaper and then start the story, because that's what he wants to do first, because you can just do that. It's not that long to
You
level.
can do anything you want.
You can do anything you want. It's Mario Brothers. I said that. I wanted to say MMO, but I said Mario. And I completed it with Brothers.
Alright, well, probably tomorrow. hopefully.
Yeah.
Unless
But you
I
have
get
to-
peer pressured into hanging out with real life friends.
You gotta level up Sage 10 levels so you actually understand how it works, or you'd actually be a detriment to people who are starting the story off.
What if they just made a video guide on how it works, and then I watch that, and then I write a shit ton of notes in a notepad document, and then transfer it to a Word document and save it, and then have it open on my computer for
Chris, I'm not
2
doubting you.
weeks, and just scan over it so that I do understand, because, you know.
Chris, you're overestimating some of the other people who play this game. You don't want a bunch of DPS and healers who are like, I'm going to, this is my first time healing, I'm being Sage. How do I do this? And then that's what you've got to deal with for pretty much the entire expansion. Just brute forcing your way through. That's not pleasant.
Here, they make a little instance area, and they have a tutorial for the job, and it plays fun, lighthearted tutorial music, and then you go, all right, you got it, go get him, champ. And then
Chris, it's 10 levels. You even got an earring that makes you get to level 80 faster.
right, but
What?
that's time where I'm not playing the main story.
Chris, come on.
Look, my priorities are straight, and this does not align with my priorities.
You can't just be a white mage forever. You gotta
Well,
get
that's
a little
not
variety.
true.
You can, but I feel like you would be doing yourself a favor if you made sure you had a little bit of variety.
Well, yeah,
Like
you
I
know,
do.
it's like
I do all the tanks.
it's like, you know, the game has so many options that I like at one point I do want to do it, but I do also want to do a lot of things. So in the end, it's just kind of unrealistic. I'll just do what I can easily. It's just so that I do it in the first place, aka play White Mage, and then
Yeah.
you know, maybe later we'll see, but like.
Anyway, speaking of it though, again, I mentioned it last time. Rest in peace, Fluid Aura, the white mage move. It's the one that does, I don't even remember. It binds an
binds
enemy for
enemies.
6 seconds.
I used it so little that until you mentioned it last time, I thought it blinded an enemy.
It's being removed. Wait, you know what? Do you want to know? Do you remember if you saw the job action video? You remember how the white mage made a plant and it did heals sometimes?
Vaguely.
Okay, so in Endwalker, you're getting a mechanic where you can place down this little plant, and then every time you get hit, it does an area heal effect.
Oh, well, that'll be perfect for my team specifically.
And if you don't get hit at all and the timer runs out, it does a weaker but still effective heal at the end.
Is that
So
like gonna incentivize a risk versus reward kind of gameplay style?
Partially, but most people think its best case use is when it's going to be guaranteed arena-wide damage bursts.
Obviously.
So that's kind of what, but yeah. That's like your level 90 move, though, is that ability that lets you put a plant down that heals people automatically if you get hit.
It's kind of nice that we have some plant theming. I'd say finally the lily technically counts, but like that one is more literal.
Yes. And it's not a replacement for your healing asylum zone. It's just in addition to.
Maybe it'll go in whatever this one is. That's not going to show me what it is, but this will. H! Absolutely not. An H! What am I supposed to do with that?
I don't know. Make it something else.
Like, where am I going to put these moves?
You could probably put your potions, your ethers somewhere else. I'm not sure.
Well, the ethers aren't bound to anything. I just click that when I die and get
Oh,
revived.
that's fine.
I need fast buttons. Maybe I should be left-handed and buy that left-handed numpad mouse joystick thing for $200.
I don't know. Part of me was hoping you had Fluid Aura on your hotbar so you could just get rid of it when it came out.
What moves do I not use? This one. I don't use this one.
No, actually, you do use that one.
Oh, wait. No, that's A. Where's S? I don't use this one.
You should. It's a shield.
I don't use this one.
That one's a free cure, too.
That's one of the... This is like one of the 5, you know, extra heals I can do that I forget I have because there are 5 of them. I never use this one. Which, if I knew it was considered overpowered, then my brain would probably prioritize it more. I mean, really, I'm supposed to press it with the revive. It should be on minus, all things considered. Do I have that on here? Do I have a minus button on here? Can I make a minus button on here?
I'm not sure.
Evan, how do I hotbar settings?
Before we get into this, I do think we should wrap up, actually, even though... Because I'm hungry.
You're not allowed to eat until I put this on minus. Actually, is minus...
Yeah, it's fine.
Minus is Surecast. Where's that? Oh! That would explain why I didn't see it. I mean, Surecast makes sense, doesn't it? But I feel like this is better here. There we go. Alright, problem solved. Now I can now instead of a 1-2 combo, I do a 1-2-3 combo. Oh baby. Oh shit, man. What does Star do? Nothing on Star? It makes a little man appear. Oh, this is the walk button. Does anyone use this? Can I change that? Do you think Evan just left? I'm gonna see if I can keybind. Actually, this doesn't seem right, does it? Shortcuts? Hotbar. Shift spacebar. Make this. Yes. Okay. Then put this here, except I mean, that's probably fine, right? If I'm reviving someone, I probably shouldn't be doing something like that, though. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna regret. I exclusively click Lucid Dreaming anyway, so maybe I should actually put Lucid Dreaming up here. Put the whale down here. Move this up here. Limit Break should stay up here. I also only exclusively click Presence of Mind. Temperance. What the fuck are you? Okay. This is like... This is a buff. Probably why I put it with the other buffs. That would make sense. My idea was to put something up here. Oh yeah, rescue. Okay, hold on. Take... Return. Where's rescue? Put rescue, like... there. I feel like you should go somewhere else. Increases healing magic potency while reducing damage taken by self. I feel like I want that on my like Shift WASD thing. But is there a... Wait, what the hell? Shift W. Do I don't even know if I use this. Maybe I use this? This seems like I should. Isn't that Shift F for me? Let's Shift G. Okay, yeah. Shift A. Shift caps. Maybe I should put on Shift caps. No, Shift W is fine. How am I gonna remember to use this? I feel like I should put it near something like this. It's like X on here or something. Maybe I should just put it in the top bar. Maybe, you know, like, that's probably the way to do it, right? Granted, this. Leave a stupid gap in 4. Medica, put that in 4. I would rather there be an empty space in the middle, I guess. If we're gonna have an empty space. Oh, this is sweet. I feel like I put this on here because it was useful for a boss, and then I never removed it again. Teleport is more important than return. Except at 11 in the morning. Actually, I guess it's 10 in the morning now. Wait, I need you to be somewhere else. Move everything back. No. Hold on. Teleport. The mount should be here. Then sprint, then teleport. You should be up here. Like, I want this to be things that I want to immediately have in a boss fight. I guess sprint then, right? Sprint would be, because I actually use that in fights. Okay. Which means we put return down here. Yes. But then 4H, dude. Maybe I should take that useless move and put it in H just so, like, I have something. Maybe I should get the hotbar settings and put these ones on this side so that it makes more sense in my brain. And then the ones I'm going to click, I put here because I read left to right. I mean, you know what? Honestly, like, it sounds stupid, but maybe that's what we'll do. No. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So on 12, we make that this. And then just go up. Then I had to make sure I do this right. This is raise. Swift cast goes here. Thin air goes on minus. Surecast goes here. Then sprint. Benediction has to go here though. Isn't that kind of weird how it's just shift space right there? So we'll do shift space here. Put Temperance next to Asylum so that I remember it exists alongside Lucid Dreaming. because I actually remember that Asylum exists. I think this is looking pretty good. I think
I hope so. You just need to rework your whole muscle memory.
I mean, the muscle memory's pretty much the same, except for like clicking here, but then I'll kind of realize that once I go for this. I think this is a good thing. I have to remember that this exists as well.
Yes, that's an AoE heal that uses lilies and builds up your big blast.
I mean, I use it, like, I put it here because A is buff Medica 2, D is Medica 2, W is Lily Medica 2, right? So...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure your A buff, your AoE heals also works for the Lily one, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? So...
It does, it's pretty much
it's all the positioning is all thematically coherent. I just forget that W exists. So next time, hopefully tomorrow, remind me that this exists. And then, oh baby, we will not die. All right. You know, that was good. That was a good thing. Oh, Luigi, it was a great thing you did.
Gotta get some New York pizza.
Block that, please. And then H still remains empty. Yay!
Who wants H?
Wait, hold on. H for hello. No. Okay, now I can end the stream.
Good. Good. I'm happy you are happy.
Wait, first. No, wait. I could trade that one day
Why would you want to trade that?
for Reed. I think it's a fair trade.
Can you look at it one more time? In your inventory, you see where it says untradeable? and at the bottom it says unsellable, market prohibited. Basically, only you get to have that forever.
Okay, fine. She has a hammer, so we can live with it.
We take those.
I like how she what? Like, she doesn't need to hold the little hammer, but she does. Unable to summon a minion here. We can't end the stream yet. How do I get out of here?
There's the exit right to your left.
Right or what? I have an idea.
Okay.
This is how it's gonna go anyway. Like, I was like, you can now summon the minion. You can't summon the minion. Idiot. There we go. Okay, now we can end the stream. Goodbye.
Whee!